Hello everyone, it's Danzen here. So this is our day 9 as we go through. Yesterday we just talked about how to install and configure Visual Studio Code, but for now we're gonna be focusing on the call methods from the .NET class library using the C#. So let's get into it and click this link as usual. Go to the introduction and we will read about this a little bit. So yeah, introduction. The C# programming language is supplemented by a large library functionality that enables you to create application. So it has a large library, yeah. It's just like you enter the large library that has so many books on it, and books is called methods. So one of the books, some books, we call it a method in the programming language here. So I think that's the same concept like it. So yeah. So basically it enables you to create application, access data in files or on the internet, perform advanced mathematical operation, and much more. Understanding how to navigate this library of functionality is a critical skill that will help you to build rich application more quickly. It's just basically like you find some books and you use those books for your purpose. Maybe you have a project in your entrepreneur, maybe you have some project in for research. You use those books, not all those books in the library. You have no time to read all the books, but some books that may useful for your projects. It's the same concept like this one, where you just pick some of the library to perform advanced mathematical operation. Yeah, that's why we need to learn how to navigate this library of functionality. So don't waste the time and pick your book that you desire for your purpose, because if you learn of all those, you just waste time and not progressing. Like this, progress with me. Okay, suppose you need to generate a daily report that based on thousands of data files. Alright, this is something like application, generate daily report, that has thousands of data files. To save time, your code is a random sample of the data files to calculate an approximate result without analyzing all the data files. How can you generate a random number? So there must be a method or something we call a function. It is supported by C#? Yes, I think so. If so, how can you write code to set the value range from a random number and then generate and retrieve the result? Alright, in this module you learn about the class libraries. So here we will learn about the class library, write code that calls methods in the .NET class library. Okay, because the methods are inside of the class libraries, which large class library. Okay, you learn about the characteristic of methods and why methods of the .NET class library are designed and implemented differently across the .NET class library. Wait. Differently the net class. Oh, this means that the .NET class library is something that is unique other than the programming language such as JavaScript or maybe Java or C++. This one, the .NET class library is a bit unique and is designed, yeah, So basically, it's just a special. So just let's see here. Most importantly, you write code that use the .NET library method to achieve a specific programming task. Finally, you will use built-in tools and online documentation to help you gather information about the methods you want to work with. Okay, alongside we create a project, always see the online documentation, which you can see something like this here. Wait, not this one. C# documentation. You can see here the link is learn.microsoft.com, and you will see some guidelines, some documentation of C# from the get started, fundamental, language concept, and to advanced concepts. So there you can see here like the beginner for introduction, or just watch the YouTube tutorial how to do something for C# and so on. Alright, by the end of this module, you know how to find classes and methods in the .NET class library. Okay, so this is the keyword, and this module I think is about classes and methods. We will be so much using it in the C#, I think, like methods and classes, how to use them to perform common programming tasks. Okay, something important here, we need to read about it. This module includes coding activities that require Visual Studio Code, so we are not gonna be just typing it in the website. I mean the .NET editor that built in the website. You'll need access to a development environment that has Visual Studio Code installed and configured for C# application development. So our previous day 8, we already do install and configure the C# application inside of my Visual Studio Code. You can just check my video on the day 8, which I installed the Visual Studio Code already. But right now we are gonna be dealing with the methods and how to deal with the process of the method, how to call it, and something that mostly important about the methods. So yeah, we can see here in the learning objectives in this module, you will write code that calls methods in the .NET class library. Okay, write code. Yeah, how to call methods inside of the .NET. Okay, use an instance of the .NET class library classes to call methods that maintain state. I don't know what state means in this context. Yeah, I still have no clue about it. So just let's see, because I haven't reached the methods of the C# so far yet. So let's just learn together and progress with me together. Use Intelligence in Visual Studio Code to learn about the method, including its overloaded version, its return value type, return. Okay, here is the keyword return value, and its input parameter data types. So return and parameter, that's the keyword, I think. Use Learn Microsoft to research what. Okay, let's see this link. Learn Microsoft. So many useful things like learn by doing, find technical documentation, showcase your skill, ask question if you get stuck on it, or just try code samples from the expert, see new ways to innovate. All right. What a method does to its overloaded version, it's written. Okay, the same thing. So what I expect much more in this module, in this unit, is about the return and the parameter and what each parameter represents. That's it. So before you go to the day 9, at least you have understand using the Visual Studio Code you have installed already, basically, and you know some stuff you have explored and play around with the Visual Studio Code. Maybe you forgot how to install the extension that important for the C#. You can just see and check in my previous video, which is day 8. And then how to run C# console application. Basically, it's not the same thing like other programming language such as Python, which you just need to run without debugging, and then the console output will be available there. But in C#, in this context of C# learning, you have to do more about it, which you have to integrate the terminal. You have to right click on the program.js, and then there's a selection of integrated terminal, and then don't forget to type the .NET run. After that, your output will be available on your terminal, and that's it. Alright, using the basic C# data types, including integer and string, you have played around with numbers and alphabets. Okay, experience using the console write line methods. This is very basic, very beginner. I think you already so set in. Just let's continue. Don't forget the timer here. I forgot. Alright, get started with the .NET libraries. There's more to building a C# application than stringing together lines of code. So building application is not the same thing like just scripting lines of code, code of code. You have to build it for the C# application. Okay, you'll need the .NET runtime, which hosts and manages your code as it executes on the end user computer. You will also rely on the .NET class library, a pre-written collection of coding resources that you can use in your application. Okay, we will rely much more in the .NET class library, and it's built in. Pre-written means it's already built in, like you see some big library that has so many books on it and so many old books. You can already check it around, play around with the books and read it all. Not all, but some of the books that may useful for you, that may useful for your projects. That's it. So don't read all the books, don't use all the methods, just use the important ones for your projects that may useful for your projects. That's it. How the programmer works. Okay, that can use in your application. Okay, this unit explains what the .NET class library is and how it complements the C# programming language. Alright, what is actually the .NET class library? When you need to find a book, a public library is a good place to look. After all, libraries contain thousands and thousands of books, and they are organized into sections that help you to find what you are looking for. When you need to implement a programming task, the .NET class library is a good place to look because it's an organized collection of programming resources. Yeah, like I said before, it's just like a public library where you can play around with it, and functionality is useful for your project. That's it. The .NET class library is a collection of thousands of classes containing tens of thousands of methods, classes, and methods. That's the keyword here. For example, the .NET class library includes the console class for a developer working on the console application. If you want to do some console making, just use the .NET class library, and it has some useful class and methods that is of course obviously work on your application. And the console class includes methods for input and output operations such as write line that we has already learned about it in day 1, day 2, day 3, and read and write line. I think we haven't learned about this yet, but let's see how does it work. It must be the antonym of write line, read, write. So yeah, and many others. This is just 4 of thousands of methods inside of the .NET class library. Okay, for example, you may already be familiar with the following code. So this you have see this like maybe 10 times, 100 times. Hello world. As you see, I hope this one is not a tutorial hell for you, because as you see this so many times, but basically it's just for your understanding to differentiate between programming language others, between Python and Java. The hello world, how to type hello world, it must be different. So let's see here how to type hello world in programming language. Okay, there are so many type of them. Wait, let me see here. Something like this in different programming language, yeah. As you can see in Lua, it's simple, just like Python here. In C# you have to put the class and then public static void, and public static void main, and inside of it, which this is the special method that any code that only work inside of the main method here, because main is the special method. And you can see here Python pretty simple, just import, and then yeah, you can see there so much various different programming language how to type just hello world. It's just one of example how to type hello world. So yeah, let's see. You can think of class as a container for methods. So class is about container, that's the keyword, kind of like the section of the public library. Okay, developer typically keep related methods together in a single class. So any class, any methods that is related to theme, related to the functionality, related to the purpose, or maybe the naming itself, or just some decoration that related to the class. Usually the methods will be there together inside of the class that related to the methods that has something relevant to the classes. Okay, as you saw in the previous example, any methods that can be send or receive information from a console window are collected into the system consoles class in the .NET class library that can send or receive information. So it's about system. Oh, I see there before the dot here, before the dot, right before the console. Usually we just see the console here. So there must be, oh, there's actually something behind the console. It's like behind the scene. So it's system. So that's why I see so many system inside of the C# code that I read. That's why. But I see. All right, understandable. Okay. In many cases, these classes and methods enable you to build specific type of application. For example, one of the largest subset of classes and methods enable you to create dynamic web application. So yeah, you can just make the web application, not just some console in Windows, but web application is also possible for you if you want to be like a web developer. It may be useful. So there's also several families of classes that enable you to build native desktop application. That's what I want. Maybe I want just both of it, web application and desktop application. Alright, another subset of classes and methods enable you to access the database. So if you're a back-end developer, you will be dealing more in the database. There are a lot of classes in the .NET class library that support specific types of applications. So these are just 3 types of application from maybe hundreds type of application that are available in the world. So there's so plenty of them. Like we haven't yet discovered the AI and C#. That must be useful for me. Okay, there are other classes with methods that provide support in a more general way. In other words, their utility spans a wide range of device platform. Alright, maybe cross-platform, I think. Application frameworks. So we are talking about framework here and technology areas. Okay, IoT maybe. I don't know. Yeah, maybe C# can connect with the IoT and may be useful for the future and for my daily activity in my house, for my work. For example, you want to read or write file information or perform trigonometry or calculus operation. There are general purpose classes that you can use in your code. It doesn't matter whether you're building application for the web, desktop, mobile device, or the cloud. General purpose classes and methods are there to help. Oh, wait. Maybe I haven't yet discovered the C# until now. Okay, this is new for me. I think like calculus operation, trigonometry have one class about math, or maybe calculus one class, trigonometry one class, I think, or both of them is several methods of math is just inside of a one class that has information about the mathematics only. I don't know. So how many classes that math class? How many methods that math class has? So let's see here. Math class in C#, because I don't know, I haven't discovered this yet. Math class system. Okay, so yeah, math methods. So here I think this is, so yeah, as you can see here, math class is just a class, it's just one class. So is there any logarithm? Yes, there is POW. POW is a power. Okay, power. Is there a square root? Maybe where is square root? S Y. There is no. Oh, here you can, instead of power you can square. Okay, cos. Okay, there also echoes, floor. Okay, truncate. You can do truncate. Oh, that may be useful. Round. Yeah, so many more, and that is just one class that relate to mathematics. Oh, I see. Another class about math. What is math? I don't know what is math. So 2 classes. All right, that doesn't matter. All right. Alright, as you can imagine, having a massive library of functionality available to your application is a huge time saver for you as a software developer. Massive. The classes. The classes and methods in the .NET class library are created by Microsoft and are available for use in your application. Just imagine, without the massive library of C#, what will happen to most of the software developers? There will be so much wasting time because no simplicity, because no efficiency in the C#, and they will just immediately go to other programming languages such as Python, which I see there are a lot of useful classes that usually related to data science, AI, machine learning, or even some advanced stuff. Yeah, something like that. In here, we got the .NET class library that we will learn about it. Okay, even data types are part of the .NET class library. C# data types such as string and integer are actually made available through classes in the .NET class library. Oh, even the string and integer are made inside of the .NET class library. Alright. The C# language masks the connection between the data types and the .NET classes in order to simplify your work. Yes. However, behind the scenes, the data types are implemented just like every other class in the .NET class library. This connection provides your everyday variables with built-in methods that can be very helpful. The string class has lots of these helpful methods. For example, the string class has methods for converting text to uppercase and lowercase to upper. Okay. So this one should be applied right after the string. Okay, string dot to upper or string dot to lower for lowercase. If you want to uppercase, you use the method of to upper. If you want to go to lowercase, so use to lower as a method there. Alright, how to find what you need in the .NET class library. Since there are so many things, so many methods, so many classes inside of the .NET class library, usually I'm confused because there are so many of them. Which one should I choose? Okay, just don't panic, just relax. Depends on what your project is. Maybe your project is related to a math, so maybe you need just a math class and their similarity of methods. Not all the methods inside of math class will be useful for your project. Just pick some of them, not all of them, because you will just waste your time. Okay, with so many classes and methods, how can you find what you need for your application? First of all, remember that finding every class and method in the .NET class library is like finding every book in a large public library. You don't need every book in the library. You will not be using every class method in the .NET class library. Depending on the type of projects that you work on, you will become more familiar with some parts of the .NET class library and less familiar with others. Again, it's like spending time in section of public library. Over time, you become familiar with what's available. No one knows all of the .NET class library, not even people that work at Microsoft. Even The Microsoft employee doesn't know all of the things inside of the .NET class library. Just use that may important for you, for your projects. Just pick some of them. It just basically just you find random things inside of .NET and put it randomly. That's how kid doing. Second, necessity will drive you to what you need. What is necessity? The fact of being required. Okay, will drive you to what you need. Most people go to the library when they need to find a book, not to see how many different books they can find. You don't need to research classes and methods without a reason. When you have trouble figuring out a programming task, you can use your favorite search engine to find blog posts, articles, or forums where other developers have worked through similar issues. Third-party sources can give you clues about which .NET classes and methods you might want to use, and you may even find sample code that you can try. So not all of those methods, like I said, yeah, just use that important for you. Third, Microsoft provides an online language reference and programming guide for C# that can search through. So let's see here. There you go. There's a search. What is it? Search box that if you want to find, for example, you want to find to upper like we see before. System, where is it? String to upper this one. And there you go. You already check the documentation here. You just see. I basically just see for the example, like here, the following example, call the upper method to convert a series of one character string that contain each character in the basic Latin. Okay, both uppercase character is different from its lowercase character. Okay, let's see here. A console, right? This is using verbatim. Okay, oh, what is Unicode? Okay, Unicode. Upper string here, string 1 to upper. What is string 1? String 1 is about char CTR. What is CTR? CTR is O times 20. What is O times 20? Like, I don't know about this, but that's the one of the example how can you search for methods that may be useful for your projects. That's it. Yeah, you can search through. You like spend time reading Microsoft documentation when you need to understand exactly what methods do, how they work, and their limitation. This documentation will become your source of truth. For the .NET class library, Microsoft documentation team works closely with the .NET class library software developer to ensure its accuracy. Just a critic because of some example is just, I think, too advanced, too complicated for a beginner. If we compare it to like JavaScript example, this one is much better for understanding. Let's see, dark. So where's the two upper? Is there any two uppercase here? With two upper. Like this one. This example is so much simple rather than the Microsoft documentation offer. I don't know why. Maybe that's why people often go to JavaScript over the C#. Usually people hate the C# documentation because how complicated is the example is. But for me, it doesn't matter. It just basically train how to read any code, any other people code. Usually you will just learn how to read a code, and if you do like searching some documentation up, and day by day you will be an expert to find some documentation. I mean, you will be expert in finding documentation. So yeah, it's a shorter like this. So let's just continue here. Finally, as you begin to experiment with small code project, you will deepen your understanding of how the classes and methods works. Okay. Small code. All software developers follow a similar process when stepping into unfamiliar territory. The process of discovery is enjoyable, albeit challenging. So recap, all .NET class library supplies you with a wealth of functionality that you can use by merely referencing the classes and methods that you need. Even your data types are part of the .NET class library, such as integer and string, merely provides an alias for those data types. So it's just like all of those that we learned yesterday are inside of the .NET class library. That's how powerful the .NET class library is. See there. So here, so basically this one is the process of discovery for me, because I haven't reached this far yet in C#. Yeah, and challenging. Okay, check your knowledge here. Let's see, how do you find information on the .NET classes and methods you're using? You can do this, .NET class library, developer website. Yes, there is developer website. You can search this up too. And this one, Google search is working too, developer website. So maybe this one. This one correct, this one correct, but this is the most correct one. The absolutely correct, yes. It's the big three. These are the big three to find the class library: .NET class library, Google search, and developer website. Okay, continue. Okay, still 30 minutes. So exercise, call the methods of a .NET class. So how do we call a methods? If we know something, if we know some methods that we already want to use it, like this. Wait, not this one. To upper C#. So basically, how do we call to upper method here, so that the to upper purpose functionality will work as I expected? For example, if I want to make all of the word inside of my variable is still lowercase, but I want it to be all uppercase. So we use the to upper method here, and then we call it. But how we call it? So this one is the solution in this unit. Whether you realize it or not, you have been calling C# method ever since your first Hello World application. That application used the writeLine. So writeLine is already considered as a method of the console class to display the Hello World message. However, not all classes and methods are implemented the same way. This unit covers some of the most common variants that you will need to understand when using methods from the .NET class library. More importantly, you will learn how to find and use the documentation to better understand more about each method. Okay, as you learn more, you will find many methods and classes in the documentation. It's just simply like 2080 rule. Yeah, your effort of your 20% will have a result of your 80%. For example, if I'm just learn C#, like about 20% that is important, I will pick a result at the end, like about 80%. That's how the 80-20 rule works. But I don't know how far is the concept is. Okay, however, not all classes. Okay, let's hear. Wait, did I have read this? How to call methods in the .NET class library. From your previous experience with the console writeLine method, you should already know the basics. If you already write the console writeLine, I guess it's easy to write other method in this unit. Start by typing the class name. In this case, the class name is console. So console, let's see console here. Console, that's it. Console, this one. This is considered as class, not method. Alright. At the member access operator, the dot symbol. Okay, let's open our Visual Studio Code here. Let's make it a side-by-side screen. All right. Where is it? So yeah, this is be my program here. Namespace, class, and we got static void main. Main is our method, and method, this one is a special method unlike other method, because everything inside of the code here, inside of the main method, will be executed by the compiler of the C#. But if you put any code out of these curly braces, it won't work, because that's how it works. At the method names, okay, start by typing console. Okay, here type console. There you go. Okay, type point here, and then add the method names. In this case, the method name is writeLine. Okay, type writeLine. So this is considered as method. Console is considered as class, and this point here is considered as operator, I think. Oh yeah, member access operator. Member access. This is the keyword. This one is member access. At the method invocation operator, which is a set of parentheses. Don't forget another operator, which we call it invocation, method invocation, because writeLine is in method. and there will be invocation method inside of the method here. Finally, specify the argument that are passed to the method. If there are any between the parentheses of the method invocation operator, in this case you specify the text that you want the console write line method to write to the console, for example hello world. So type any text that you want to write, and it will be displayed in the output later. So here, for example, hello world, done. Don't forget the semicolon here. Wait, where does... Oh, I forgot the semicolon here. Right line, don't forget the capital, and then the things that you want to do after this is run. Usually you just need to run with this menu, and then you start run without debugging. Oh, it works basically. The second concept, the second way to do run this instruction, you have to type the .NET run and it will display the output, or just simply right click on the program.cs that your code is currently working on and open in integrated terminal there, and then we'll get to press the .NET run. There you go, the display should be here. Alright. Optionally, depending on how the developer design and implement the given method, you may also need pass additional values as input parameters, accept a return value. So besides just write something inside of the parenthesis here, which is the method invocation, you can put another parameter if the method has more than one arguments. Okay, accept a return value. So what we can do with the method, pass additional value, okay, parameter and return. So this is the keyword, parameter and return. In the next unit, you'll examine how to pass input values to a method. And how a method can be used to return a value to the calling routine. So we will be playing a lot with the parameter and how to return the value to the method itself. So yeah, well, some methods can be called in the same way that you call console write line. There are other methods in the .NET class library that require a different approach. Prepare your coding environment. Okay, this module includes coding activities that guide you through the process of building and running sample code. You're encouraged to complete this activity using Visual Studio Code as your development environment. So we will gonna be using Visual Studio Code for these activities will help you to become more comfortable writing and running code in a developer environment that's used by professionals worldwide. Okay, the first thing that you have to do is pop open Visual Studio Code. Okay, I did it already. And then you can use the Windows Start menu. Windows Start menu, where is it? Or equivalent resource for another OS to open Visual Studio Code. Alright, I have opened it already on the Visual Studio Code file menu. Select open folder here. Okay, open folder. Dialog, navigate to the Windows desktop folder. Where's desktop? Here you can see if you have different folder location where you keep code projects, you can use the folder location instead for this training. The important thing is you to have location that's easy to locate and remember. Yes, I think I already did some of the ways here, some of the step by step here. So let's continue to the step 5. On the Visual Studio Code terminal menu, select new terminal. I did all of them. Notice that a command prompt in the terminal panel display a folder for the current path. For example, the C# user desktop. Okay, in me is different than the guidelines path here. Okay, there's a note here. If you're working on your own PC rather than in a sandbox or hosted environment and you have completed other Microsoft Learn modules in this series, you may already have created a project folder for code samples. If that's the case, you can skip past the next step, which is used to create a console app in the test project folder. Here, you will be playing a lot with the test project after you doing some the program.cs here. Okay, I see. At the terminal command prompt to create a new console application in specific type .NET new console. Yes, I did it already. This .NET CLI command use, what is CLI? I forgot. CLI.NET cross-platform command line interface. Okay, command line interface. So I use a .NET template to create basically what the code this does is create a new template, basically a new template, so that your code will work properly, and you can start making some project, making the new console application. So just do this thing and you will be ready for it. Okay, the command creates the C# and test project folder for you, and use test project as the name of your CSproj file. The 7th step is in the Explorer panel, expand the C# projects folder. This one, as you can see, there are 2 folders and 2 files here: program.cs, test project.csproj, and bin object. Okay, you should see the test folder and 2 files: C# program file named program.cs and C# project file named testproject.cs. So I see this one is project file. In the Explorer panel, to view your code file in the editor panel, select program.cs. This is what we are gonna be playing around with some code, and we will call method in here. And how can we do? We will see it later. Delete the existing code lines. Just delete it all, or maybe no, just this one maybe. You'll be using this C# console project to create, build, and run code samples during this module. Okay, we will be. I think I'm ready to run code samples and create some application. Just close the terminal panel. Close. Are you sure? Close. Okay. Call different kind of methods in the .NET class library. The first one is in the Visual Studio Code editor to create a code sample that implement method of system, random, and system console classes. Enter the following code. System random and system console classes. Okay, so there is system random and system console. Yeah, I just know the system and console, but I don't have any clue about dot random here. What is this method actually? Let's see, is there any method called random? Yes, oh, random class here. So there's a random class. All right. Create a code assembler that implement method of the system random and classes and the development code. Okay, copy. Not copy. Just random dice. The dice is random. New random. Don't forget the close parentheses. Integer roll dice next 1 7, and then to display it we need a right line code. It's a method that can display something. Just put the variable that you want, or put literal strings inside of the right line, and it will display depending on inside of the method invocation. Okay, right line roll. So let me guess, roll is variable. Okay, so this one will display this method. Okay, dice. What is dice actually? Dice is a new random. All right, see there. So random, maybe it's related to math. And after the random, there must be a next method that has an argument of 1. I mean, the first, what is it? The first argument is the lowest number, and the right side, which is the final argument, is the highest number. I don't know. Let's see next. Yeah, minimum value and the maximum value. Oh, I see there. Return a random integer that is within a specified range. So from 1 to 7. Dice is 1 to 6 actually, not 7. Why this one is 7? I don't know. So let's see if we open an integrated terminal here with .NET run. What will happen? 5. Let me do again. .NET run. What if I put the minimum value is about 6? It is possible to reach 7 if in this case .NET run 6 again. Please 7. I think that doesn't work. What about minimum value is 7? Does this will work? Sorry, wrong syntax, wrong typing. 7. Okay. Max value. This one. Assign an integer greater than or equal to minimum value, less than, not less than or equal. That's the keyword. Okay, I see there. That's why he put 7, because it's less than. Okay, understandable. Alright, this code simulates a dice roll using the random next because as you can see here, random, there should be a method called next. Where's next? Yes, this one. Next. Yeah, random is about classes. What you can do after the random methods is get items, next bytes, next double, and shuffle sample. So that's how it works, yeah. Very simple. I previously doesn't understand what the method does, but right now I understand how it works. Thank you for Microsoft. I'm right now is understand. I do believe that I will more understand after I reach maybe around day 20. Hopefully. Okay, what time is it? 15 minutes already passed. Okay, on the Visual Studio Code file menu, click save, or just simply Ctrl S. I usually use Ctrl S as a quick shortcut, but if you're a beginner, maybe you want to use save manually. Use main, just press the file button menu and then save button here. There you go, and you already saved the entire code inside of the program.cs here. Not test project because this file is other. This one is not saved because we just save only one file at the moment. Okay, in the Explorer panel, to open a terminal at your test project. Okay, here. In the Explorer panel, to open a terminal at your test project folder location. To open at your test project, right click on the test project. Alright. Folder, not file. Okay, folder here. And then select open integrated terminal. So there, I think this one. What about .NET Run? There you go. It's the same thing. It works. Notice that the terminal panel includes a command prompts that display a folder path. For example, like this. It must be end with C# projects and test project like this. This one is different. This just depends on your path of your folder because every person have different paths, different names. When you use the terminal to run .NET CLI commands, this folder location is where the commands run. Ensure that your code folder match the folder path displayed in the command prompt before you build or run your code. Okay, when you use terminal. Okay, whether the C# project folder or maybe I just tried in program C. Just right click on the program CS and then open in integrated terminal. It works fine as well. So yeah, ensure your code folder match the folder path displayed in the command prompt before you build. Alright, what about this one? If I click this, it's basically the same. Okay, at the terminal command prompt here. Okay, to run your code, type .NET Run and press enter. Yes, I did it already. Notice that the number from 1 to 6 is displayed in the console output. Here, 1 to less than 7, yeah. We read this as less than 7. Greater than or equal than 1 until less than 7, which is 6. So 1 until 6. The minimum value is 1 and the maximum value is 7. That's it. If you run the code enough times, you will eventually see each of the numbers display. Okay, let's test again. Will this output will be different after I run it again? It must be different, okay? Because it's just like we rolling a dice. Choose. It can be 3, it can be 2, it can be 1, it can be 6. Just essentially like you roll a dice. .NET run again. Will be hopefully 3 or 4 again. Why 4 again? Because it's random. 5. Okay, so basically as you can see, the data is filled. The data is basically random outputs of number, basically just like dice that roll. Okay, understandable. Take a minute to examine the syntax used to access the next and right line. Okay, what is next actually does? Oh, dice. Okay, let's examine this a little bit because I haven't understand yet fully. So, random is, it must be connected, it must be related with any integer, so I don't think it will work fine with the string. What about if we change this into string? Will not work. Can an implicitly convert type into string? Maybe this one. No, I think the argument must be, already set that you have to put argument of integer. Outside of integer, it's impossible to be put in. I think that's it. So it must be integer. Random dice is variable, but new random. What if I put random immediately in here and delete this line of code? What will happen? An object reference is required for the non-static field method or property random next. In an object reference, is this what we call object-oriented programming, that you need an object? So I think this one is called an object. Dice is an object. Random needs random will not do immediately to the next method, but you have to put some object right after random method, and don't forget to assign it as a new random, because this is that will be work. Okay, after you put dice and then equal to new random, this means that this object is random, dice is random. Okay, random, and then next, what is next? Once again, returns a random integer that is within a specified range. Okay, what if we put without next? System random to integer. Okay, it almost impossible. So you have to set next, because dice is still considered as class random, so that you need at least a method after the, what is it, class. Yeah. If we delete this, that means that dice is only considered as class. Class alone will not be working, but you need to put a method right after it. Next is just one of several methods inside of random. Like here's inside of random class you have get items method. Next methods, that's what we use right now. Next bytes, next double, next integer 64, sample shuffle. Okay, we got shuffle here, so shuffle dice will work as well, but we are currently using the next method here. Okay, I'm done examining. Where is my last part? When you use the etherma.net. Okay, here notice that you use different technique to access the methods. Random dice is equal to num random. Don't forget the parenthesis and end with a semicolon. So dice next. This is exactly the same like in my code editor, the guidelines and my code editor, so nothing different, no issue right now. On the third line, you include a reference to the console class and call the console write line method directly. So relevant class. Oh, the class is related to reference. I see there. Wait, let me take a note in my, because this is much useful and much powerful knowledge for my object-oriented programming, I think. Class. Let me take a note a little bit. Yeah, class related. Once you call a class as a reference, the method, some methods that have connection with the class will available for you right after you type some specific class. So that's how it works. Okay, but I don't know what is new. Why this has to be new? Initialize a new instance of the random class using a default seed value. Still got no clue for this one. I just know what random does. So what is this random? Random is random method or is random class or both? Why random? Random next. Random next. This is random. So random is class or method. Random method versus random constructor. Okay, there's other than class and method, we got constructor here. I don't know how it works. I still have no clue. But let's get into it later on. And another important thing was methods. Yeah, methods. Yeah, understandable. I just wrote some notes in my paper. Okay, let's continue. Where is my last part that I read? Oh, okay, I think this one. However, use a different technique called random tag next method. The reason why you're using two different techniques is because some methods are stateful and others are stateless. You examine the difference between stateful and stateless methods in the next section. This is what I'm still confusing because I haven't learned it already. I haven't learned it yet. Stateful and stateless. Okay, let's see here. This section. Oh, there's. Okay, let's take a break. Take a break from for now. Okay, we are back to where is our last part. I think this one is our last part. Stateful versus stateless methods. So the first thing that we need to differentiate between what is stateful and what is stateless. In software development projects, the term state is used to describe the condition of the execution environment at a specific moment in time. State, okay. State is used to describe the condition of execution. Alright, as your code executes line by line, values are stored inside of the variables. Yes, at any moment during execution, the current state of application is the collection of all values stored in memory. Alright, the current state of application is the collection of all values stored in memory. Which memory do you mean? Okay, so methods don't rely on the current state of application to work properly. In other words, stateless methods are implemented so that they can work without referencing or changing any values already stored in memory. Stateless methods are also known as static methods, like this one. For example, the cancel write line method doesn't rely on any values stored in memory. It performs its function and finish without impacting the state of the application in any way. Okay, so this one, the cancel write line method, it doesn't rely on any values. As you can see, write line is stateless because it needs user input so that it can function properly. Okay, it has no value stored in memory. Like, okay, I see there. I got the point. Other methods, however, must have access to the state of the application to work properly. In other words, stateful methods are built in such a way that they rely on values stored in memory by previous line of code that have already been executed. So I think stateful methods have some codes that have some, that already have some code that stored inside of the memory. Okay, and it's been executed. Or they modify state of application by updating values or storing new values in memory. They are also known as instance methods. This is very theoretical. I am still, I mean, to understand this you need a little bit of example. I think later on we will cut the example. Okay, stateful, or you can say instance methods, keep track of their state in fields which are variables defined on the class. Each new instance of the class gets its own copy of this field in which to store state. A single class support both stateful. Wait, I forgot the times. Okay, ready, set on. A single class can support both stateful and stateless methods. Like this class, yeah. No. However, you need to call stateful methods. You must first create an instance of the class so that the method can access state. A bit theoretical here. Okay, creating an instance of a class. An instance of class is called an object. Oh, okay, an instance of a class. Alright, maybe this one is called an object. Dice, I don't know. To create a new instance of class, you use the new operator. Oh, I see. This one is not variable or something other than operator. Oh, so this new word is considered as operator. So that's why I see. That's how you do. Okay. Consider the following line of code that creates a new instance. Okay. Consider the following line of code that creates a new instance of the random class to create a new object called dice. So this single line of code creates a new instance of random class to create a new object called dice. Alright, understandable. I get the point here. So this single line of code is an instruction. Basically, is instruction essentially just to create an instance or equivalent to object, which is dice. We basically create a new object called dice, and dice will be used in the next line, which is here, and can be already be used for the next method, which is next. So dice, you can already put any methods that have connection with random. Just depends on the guidelines here. If you call random class, the methods that are available are here. If you call methods called range, the methods are available are just 6 and this one. So yes, and so on. That's how you work on new object to create a new object here, or just new instance. So yeah, I got the point. The new operator does several important things. At first, request an address in the computer memory is large enough to At first, requests an address in the computer's memory large enough to store a new object based on the random class. Dice is about random class. I see there. Let's just slowly to take on this lesson. I just don't want to be fast because it's pretty excited to learn this one. I'm pretty excited for this part because this until now I keep confused about what is this actually, why there is new here and why there is a dot and then some word here, and again why there are some thing inside of the parentheses. I don't know. That's me before I began to learn what is C#. But now I learn something better, something that's new, and essentially it's useful for me. Like I know already about the static void. A main is a special method, and we got string here, or args. I still have no clue, but maybe later on we will continue learning about that. And static and void, any code that it must be executed inside of the curly braces that has main method of it. Okay, how to create a new instance or an object, just do this. This is the the basic template or format, just to put the class here like random as an example, and then put any name that this is considered as object. Okay, and then assign it to new random. This is how to create a new instance work. You have to put an operator called name and then random again as a method, I think. So yeah, that's how it works. At first, it requests an address. I still have no clue about this. Request an address in the computer's memory. I have from Do you mean RAM, computer's memory, to store a new object based on the random class? Okay, basically just store this new object, yeah, that's called random, inside of my computer memories. Okay, computer's memory, or just the address, I think. Yeah, memories is related to address, I think so. Yeah, it creates the new object and stores it at the memory address. I see. So dice is already stored in the memory address. Okay, that returns the memory address so that it can be saved in the dice object. So yeah, as I said, dice is considered as object. From that point, when the dice object is referenced in code, the .NET runtime perform a lookup behind the scenes to give the illusion that you're working directly with the object itself. Dice object referenced in the code, perform a lookup behind the scenes to give the illusion that you are working directly with the object. My question, why don't you do immediately like this, and then you already make a new object at the same time? This is class and object at the same time. Why you don't do like that? Why you need an instance of the classes? Why? I still have no clue. Maybe I will ask my friends later on. Maybe not for now. Maybe if there are thousands of code, maybe, and it will be complicated and so much of data, this thing will not work properly, or maybe that's why you need an object. I don't know. Just put it back like before. Okay. Your code uses the dice object like a variable that stores the state of random class. Dice store random class. The dice can be used for any method that have connection with random class. When you call the next method on the dice object, the method uses the state stored in the dice object to generate a random number. Understandable. The latest version of the .NET runtime enables you instantiate an object without having to repeat the type name, target type, constructor invocation. I still have no clue about this. For example, the following code will create a new instance of the random class. Okay, we'll create a new instance like this: random dice equal new. The type name, so this one is the latest name, so we don't have to put random class again like its class. So maybe this one will work. So let's see here. Where's terminal? We can just type the .NET to run our program here, and it will work fine, I think. Okay, there you go, 2. So you don't need to put random again, because the latest version of the .NET runtimes enables you to instantiate an object. This instantiate an object without having to repeat the type name. This one is random is repeated again, the type name. For example, the following code will create a new instance of the random class. I see there. The intention to simplify code readability, you always use parentheses when writing a target type new expression. Target type constructor invocation. What is that again? Now this one, let's see how it does here. What is the next? So yeah, basically, the way we delete the random is, the intention is to simplify code readability. You always use the parentheses when writing a target type a new expression. This one is considered as target type new expression. Okay, I see there. And then we can continue to that. Why is the next method stateful? Next, as you can see, next is stateful because it already has some code, I think. You might be wondering why the next method was implemented as a stateful method. Yeah, I'm still wondering why it's stateful method and what is stateless and what is stateful. Could not the .NET class library designer figure out a way to generate random number without requiring state? Couldn't, okay, class library design figure out a way to generate random number without requiring state. And what exactly is being stored or referenced by the next method? These are fair questions, okay? Without requiring state. At a high level, computers are good at following specific instructions to create a reliable and repeatable outcome. To create the illusion of randomness, the developer of the next method decided to capture the date and time down to the fraction of a millisecond. Yes, okay. To create the illusion of randomness, so something that related to randomness, because random in computer that designed by the .NET class developer, I think this has something to do with illusion. It may be not random actually, but it looks for us as a user, it's just like illusion of randomness, but actually it's not. I don't know the concept, but let's see. The developer of the next method decided to capture the date and time down to the fraction, okay, of a millisecond. Okay, capture date and time down to the fraction of a millisecond, and use that to seed an algorithm that produces a different number each time. while not entirely random. So basically it's not exactly number, it depends on the date and time, down to fraction of a millisecond. Okay, it suffices for most applications. The state that is captured and maintained through the lifetime of the dice object is the seed value. Its subsequent call to the next method is rerunning the algorithm, but ensure that the seed change the same value isn't necessarily returned. Alright. Basically just playing around with the algorithm, trying to make it like illusion that of randomness, and using the seed system, so that the value will not be the same but time by time, but actually it's about date and time, but looks random for me. Okay, looks random for user. So that's how the random method work. It's just basically the illusion of randomness. To use the random.next method, however, you don't have to understand how it works. The important thing to know is the some methods require you to create an instance of a class before you call them, while others do not. Yes, but sorry, I understand it a little bit. Some method required to create an instance of class. Some method required to create an object, yeah, because the instance of a class is considered as an object, while others do not. Oh, so there is some class that doesn't need an object to create. So I see there, right? I thought that all of the classes, all of the methods require an object of a class before I call them. So not all of them. Okay, I see there. How can you determine whether you need to create an instance of a class before calling its methods? So here, how can you determine whether you need to create? Wait, my focus. One approach for determining whether a method is stateful or stateless is to consult the documentation. The documentation includes examples that show whether the method must be called from the object instance or directly from the class. Determine whether you create an instance of class before calling its method. Yes, this is exactly my question, yeah. Do I need actually to put to determine, to specify the object here, or can I just put it immediately in here? That's my question. For random, you need to specify the object here and then use the current object here to here, and then after that you can use the available methods, and that's how it works. Some of the methods doesn't need an object to be used to be work, can be immediately class, I think. So this question is, how can you determine whether you need to create an instance, you create an object class before calling its methods? So that's my question. One approach for determining whether a method is stateful or stateless is to consult the documentation. So just see exactly on the documentation, such as random. Okay, not namespace, assembly. Where is it? Object, inheritance object. Okay, it's object. The documentation includes examples that show whether the method must be called from the object instance or directly from the class. Okay, it can be from object or just directly from the class, like this. Maybe this one is considered as directly. Why couldn't we try it? What happened? See, so this one, an object, or just see the error message. If you see some error like this, that means that this random class needs an object to be worked. So to deal with this error, you have to create a new object and then put an object that you already implemented, you already specified in the previous line, and that will work. Okay, understandable. You may need to scroll down on the documentation page to find the code example, like this one here, maybe inheritance object. Okay, let's see here. This is the example of random class. Yeah, or maybe next. Returns a random integer overload. So as you can see, this one random next method needs an object. In order to work properly, like this, R and D, this is the object that connected with this. Yeah, as you can see, next method require an object. That's how you read of the guidelines here. Okay, as an alternative to searching through product documentation, you can attempt to access the method directly from the class itself. You can attempt to access. To access the method directly from the class itself. All right, if it works, you know that it's stateless method. The worst that can happen is that you'll get a compilation error. Try accessing the random next method directly and see what happens. Enter the following line of code into the Visual Studio Code editor. You already know that next is stateful method. However, this example demonstrates how the Visual Studio Code editor reacts when you try to access a method incorrectly. Okay, this one must be stateless, but stateful in the stateless format. So that's how that will be result an error like this. Copy. We did this before, yeah. Wait, not this. I see there. An object reference, yes. Okay. Notice that red squiggly lines appear under random next. Where is it? Here, a red squiggly line here, because this one is not an object. This one is considered as class. Indicating that you have a compilation error. If a method that you have interested is using stateless, no red squiggly line will appear. What is the example of a stateless class? Let's see, maybe later on. Hover your mouse pointer over the squiggly line. There you go. An object reference is required for the non-static field, method, or property. some method object for property for random next. Okay, so there is no such thing like random next. You have to put an object right before the next, right before the member access operator. A pop-up window should appear with the following message. Yes, exactly the same here. As you saw in code at the beginning of the unit, you can fix this error by creating instance of the random class. At the code, you can fix this error by creating an error. Okay. Alright, as you saw in the code at the beginning of the unit, you can fix the error by creating an instance of the random class before accessing the next method, for example. So the code at the beginning. So basically it's just like the 7 line here. Yeah, random dice new. That's how you create a new code. That's how you create a new object there. Then dice. There you go. Before accessing the next method, for example, this as we do before. Roll dice. This one is roll, not result, bro. There you go. In this case, the next method is called without input parameter. What if we put next without any parameter? What will happen? Let's see on the terminal. .NET run. There are so many numbers of it. It could be up to a whole number, up to infinite. I don't think so. It's just up to your memory, maybe. Let's see again what will happen if we run it again. How much character is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 characters here. So let's go to the recap. The call methods of class in the .NET class library use the format class name. There's class name here. Okay. This is how you basically call methods in the class .NET class library. The format is like this: class name dot method name. Wait, I'm using object. If you can use random, this will not be the format. Where the dot symbol is the member access operator to access a method defined on the class, and the parenthesis symbol are the method invocation operators. Class name. When calling a stateless method, you don't need to create a new instance of its class first. Okay, you don't need some line of code that create an object basically if it's stateless. Okay, when calling stateful like a random here, you want to make an object first and as an instance of the class, and then you can put the object here right before the method that available in the guidelines in the documentation here. You need to create instance and access. Okay, use the new operator to create a new instance of a class like this. But in the latest version, you basically don't need to repeat again of the class. I mean, what I mean repeat is you repeat the word again after the new, like this. Just simply put new and then open close parenthesis. Okay, an instance of class is called objects. That's it. So let's go to the knowledge check. Which of the following represent the correct way to create a class instance? So random dice, new random here. What if we do something like this? Will it work or no? New random. New random. Next, what will happen? Will this work perfectly fine? I don't know. What will happen if we change this roll variable to dice? The type next doesn't exist in the type random. I see, because random. Because this one is not stateless and this is still considered as stateful. That means you have to separate between the object creations and the actual code that will do some instruction here with the starting of data types like integer. Maybe random have connected with integer. So yeah, the correct answer is this, of course. Random dice, new random, and parenthesis with semicolon. Second, developer creates an instance of the random class named coins, an object named coins. Yes, which of the following code lines can they use to call the next method? Integer, money, random, next. No, just why do you need to put new again as an operator in integer area? Oh, you don't need them actually. Just put basically like this. Integer, this one is variable. Coins is not variable, but instead is about an object. And after object, you can apply one of the methods that available in a random class. So here is the correct answer one. There you go. We can continue to a little bit long. Okay, doesn't matter. Just let's continue a little bit faster. Okay, return values and parameter of methods. We're going to be talking about the return values and its parameter. Previously, we are just talking about like the theory of here, an object, an instance of class, and the formatting of the class methods, and some knowledge that is basics for you that you need to know. Okay. In the previous unit, you used a roll dice coding scenario to illustrate the difference between stateful instance and stateless static methods. That same scenario can help you to understand other important concepts about calling methods. For example, handling the return value of method parameter, and passing arguments to a method. Okay, like this one next have some parameter on it, like 1 and 7. This is considered as parameter, as you can see here in the list. And we got return here, return value, but we still have no clue about it. Okay, choosing an overloaded version of a method. No clue about this. But let's learn together. Let's progress with me together. Return values. Alright. Some methods are designed to complete their function and end quietly. Okay. In other words, they don't return a value when they finish. They are referred as void methods. Remember that void methods is we're just let me give you some example here. Like maybe we can just make static void some method. Say hi method that calls say hi, and then don't forget, maybe just parentheses, don't forget the curly braces. I'm just following this one but with different method, because main is special method and say hi is custom method. Let's just say custom because I want to make it myself. So what will happen in this code inside of the say hi method, I'm gonna do is console line, and then it will say hi to the user, so it will display hi to the console. So it's something like this, hi, there you go, hi people. Okay, hi people. Let's, what if I add another one? Or maybe your age. Yeah, this one much better. You are okay, you are your age, something like this. Why will it work? Your age. I think this is not how it works. What about we put something like this? Console right line, static void. Oh yeah, I see. String name age. Wait, there is no argument that corresponds to the required parameter. Let me see how to type method correctly. Method in C#, like something custom method. This one is a bit complicated, I think. Which one is easier? Let's just say in the, where is it? In let's just see in the C# v3 school. Oh, something like this. String my method console right line. I just got executed. What about if we put it here? Oh, not here, I think. Just here. Your age. Wait, sorry. Yeah, here. And then this one is still role as a variable. Not this one. Let's just put it like this. And we have no problem. There you go. Let's get to terminal. And run. You are it. Let me fix it. You are again. You are two. Oh, I forgot that you just need to remove this one. And there you go. Wait. You're 6. You're 6-year-old. That's how it works. Basically. Okay, I'm satisfied with this. Let's get into the next. What is it? Okay, other methods are designed to return a value upon completion. The return value is typically the result of an operation. A return value is primary way for a method to communicate back to the code that calls the method. Other methods are this is just one times and then their work is done. Okay, but this methods return value upon completion. So it has some works to do, and the process is a bit more complicated than this one, I think, than the void methods. The return value is typically the result of an operation, something to do with operation. A return value is the primary way for a method to communicate back to the code that calls the method. You saw the random next method returns an integer type. Yes, I see this one is, we put an argument here. We put the second argument here, and it returns a value that what we expect, which is a dice rolling number. Okay. Containing the value of the randomly generated number. However, a method then can be designed to return any data type, even another class. Alright. So not just integer, but string also it's possible. For example, a string class has some methods that return a string. What if we actually replace integer as a string? Will it work? No, it will not work, because maybe in the next method it requires you to put this variable as a string. I don't know, just let's see. That return a string, some that return an integer, and some that returns a boolean, just depending on the method process or the method code. When calling a method that returns a value, you will often assign the return value to a variable. Return value to a variable, yes, like this one. So we got role is equal the value from this method. That's it. That way you can use the value later in your code. In the dice scenario, you assign the return value of random next to the role variable. Exactly. In some case, you might want to use the return value directly without assigning it to a variable. Okay. You might want to use the return value directly without assigning. Learning like this is pretty fun though. Without assigning it to a variable. In some cases, you might want to use the return value directly without assigning it to a variable. Maybe you can do it like this without assigning to variable here. I think this will work without semicolon there. I forgot. Let's see. Terminal .NET run. There you go. We got your for. That means it works perfectly fine. Whether you put variable here or just simply put immediately inside of the display instruction, which is right line. Okay, in some cases you might want to use the return value directly. Yes, we did this. Oh yeah, basically like this. Even though a method returns value, it's possible to call a method without using return value. For example, you could ignore the return value by calling the method as follows. Okay, I see there. What do you mean by return value? Is so that you can retrieve the next random value. Is this what you ignore? Even though your method return is a value, it's possible to call the method without using the return value. You could ignore the return value by calling the method as follows. Does this ignoring the return value? I don't know. However, ignoring the return value will be pointless. The reason you're calling the next method is so that you can retrieve the next random value. I'm still confused about this. Why return value? This code is ignoring the return value. How is that possible? Sorry, let me deep search about this. When calling in this size, you assign a return value of random next. Method return value is possible to call a method without using. Do you mean without using the variable here? I don't know. I still have no clue about this. Still confused. For example, you could ignore the return value by calling the method. Let's skip that. I will just read it later. I will just search it up later. Okay. So okay, next section is about the method parameters and arguments in the calling statement. When you call a method, you can pass in values that the method will use complete its task. Okay, when we call method like this, there should be an argument, whether it's 1, 2, or maybe more of it. And values that we complete this task. These values are called arguments. Yes, some of values here are arguments. The method uses the argument to assign values to the parameters that are defined in the method signature. Method used to assign values the parameter that defined in the methods. Okay, a method can require one or more parameters to accomplish its task or none at all. Okay, the method uses argument to assign values. Right, oftentimes the term parameter and argument are used interchangeably. Yeah, I think so. I just it can be parameter or argument, just as you see. The parameter refers to the variables that's being used inside the method. Okay, parameter refers to the variable that's being used inside of the method. An argument is the value that's passed when the method is called. Okay, argument will work like this. So this one is considered as arguments, but when you make a custom method, you want to use a word parameter in terms of custom methods, because you want to create you're not recalling it. Basically, you just want to create it. Basically, you want to say its parameter. It refers to the variables that being used. Okay, most methods are designed to accept one or more parameters. So let me check it. Let me take a notes of it a little bit here. Wait a moment, where's my pen? Okay, here is my pen. So what I miss for this is about return values, and then some parameters and arguments here. Method use a method signature to define the number of parameters that the method will accept, as well as the data type of each parameter. The coding statement that calls the method must be at the requirement specified by the method signature. So method provide option for a number and type of parameter that the method accepts. When a caller invokes the method, it provides concrete values called argument for each parameter. The argument must be compatible with. Okay. Okay, consider the following code, which is this one, a random dice, new random. It's basically like we did before. The first code lines create an instance of the random class named dice. Here, create an instance. Okay, the second line use the dice next method to assign a random value to an integer named roll. Yeah, we assign here, which is the random value, the combination of object and the actual method to a variable here. Notice that the calling statement provides two arguments. Okay, separated by a comma symbol. The next method includes a method signature that accepts two parameters of type integer. Wait, I think I missed this understanding one. Okay, most methods are designed to accept one or more parameters. The parameter can be used to configure how the method performs its work, or they might be operated on directly. For example, the nano method uses the parameter to configure the upper and lower boundaries of the return values. However, the console writer uses the parameter directly by printing the value of the console. Okay, method use the method signature. What is the signature? To define the number of parameters that method will accept, as well as the data type of each parameter. The coding statement called the method must enter the requirement specified by the method signature. So method provide option for the number and type of parameter that the method accepts. When a caller invokes the method, it provides concrete values called argument. For each parameter, this argument must be completed with the parameter type. Like this is about integer. This next method will only allow inside of the, what is this, the method invocation parenthesis invocation method invocation operator. Here it's only allowed of integer. Outside of integer will not be worked properly. However, the argument, okay, doesn't have to be. However, the argument name, if one is used in the calling code, doesn't have to be the same as the parameter name defined in the method. If one is using calling code, doesn't have to be the same. Like the argument, the final code line use the console write line method to print the value of roll to the console. Here, as you can see, the final code console.write line and roll here, roll as a variable to print the value of roll to the console. The argument passed to a method must be the same data type as the corresponding parameter defined by the method. If you attempt to pass an incorrectly typed argument to a method, the C# compiler will catch your mistake and force you to update your calling statement before your code will compile and run. The argument passed to method must be the same data types, yes, as I can see here. If you attempt to pass an incorrect typed argument in a method, the C compiler will catch your mistake and force you to update for calling statement before you type checking in one way that C# and .NET use to prevent end user from experiencing errors at runtime. I see there it must advance in the C# compiler that they can detect an error is arguments. Method must be the same data type. If the data type in the parameter is string, then the argument must be string as well. If the data type inside of the parameter, so that the argument must be the same data type, which is integer. So another note here, although parameters are often used, not all methods require parameter to complete their tasks. For example, the console class include a console.clear method that doesn't use parameter. Like this is just like one in use. Since this method is used to clear any information displayed in the console, it doesn't need parameter to complete its task. Since the method is used to clear any information displayed in the console, it just basically just like my custom method here, your age. It doesn't need any parameter or arguments. You can just call it just like one time, or maybe you just can recall it many times here, and the result will be fine. If we check .NET Run, there you will see UR 4. Let's get back into the beginning one. Here, since the method is used to clear any information this way in the console, it doesn't need parameter to complete its task. Let's add another 30 minutes for this. All right. Since this method is used to clear any. What about console clear here? What will happen if we use the console clear? Wait, let me use the console read line first. Without any arguments. So it's about console clear and open close parenthesis. Don't forget, always put semicolon at the end of the code of the instruction, and then we can check it out if it works or no. So console UR3 and type anything there, and the console here will be clear immediately right after I type on this read line. So basically it start from the instruction is start from your age method, which is will output will display UR, and then continue to the console write line RAL, which will output of the random generated number of dice rolling, and then continue to the read line where the user can input any kind of numbers or just text, word, alphabet. And at the end of the instruction, it's about console clear, which will clear all the console text, I think, console comments. Let's check again. URF, okay, UR2. So UR2 is gone. Okay, wait. Let's check it again. UR is another one. I don't want to UR2, please. UR.NET Run. UR, please, other than 2. UR2 again. Okay. Why this one is always 2? I got 2 like so many times. Please, other than 2. UR1, okay, UR1. Let's type anything other than 1. So here, the 1 number is gone, and basically that's how the console clear actually work. So yeah, it doesn't need this one. It doesn't need parameter to complete its text. It just depends on what the method purpose, what the method. Some method require return value, some method require some numbers of arguments, some number of parameters inside of it. Just read about it later. Okay. Next one is about overloaded methods. Many methods in the .NET class library have overloaded method signatures. What is this actually? Among other things, this enables you to call the method with or without arguments specified in the calling statement. So we are basically talking about the overloaded method signature. What is this? Among other things, this enables you to call the method with or without arguments specified in the calling statement. With or without, okay. An overloaded method is defined with multiple method signature. Overloaded method provide different ways to call the method or provide different types of data. In some cases, overloaded version of a method are used to define a parameter using different data types. For example, in console write line method has like almost 90 different overloaded version. Most of those overloads allow the methods to accept different types and then write the specified information to the console. Okay, there's still so many of them. Shall I continue tomorrow, or let's see if there are still right? Overloaded methods. For example, the console write line method has 90 different overloaded version. Most of those allow the method to accept different types and then write the specified information to the console. Consider the following code. Integer number is equal to 7. Okay, what about the string? String is about text is equal the okay, sorry, let's console write line. So if we go to the display instruction here, this write line number will have an output of 7, and write line text have an output of 7 but string. Okay, I see there. What if I copy this one here? Wait, sorry. Copy and then don't forget to paste it right now. What will happen here? Let's continue to the .NET run. So yeah, number write line and 7 exactly the same like the variable with its value here. Let's just get back into it. In this example, you're invoking 3 separate overloaded versions of the write line method. The first write line method use a method signature. So this is called, oh, I see, this is called method signature that defines an integer parameter. So inside of a write line, you can use like 19 different overloaded version, and integer parameter is just like one of 19 different overloaded version I see there, or method signature. Okay, the second write line method use a method signature that defines 0 parameter or null. Okay, the third write line method use a method signature that defines a string parameter. As you can see here, 7 but string. Use the actual text, the string. Okay, in other cases, overloaded version of a method defines a different numbers of. Okay, let me just check it out. The different, not types of smile. Overloaded version right console right line here. There should be so many of them, like this one overloaded, as you can see here. Like boolean, and then we got char, and then we got maybe float, double, negative, string. I don't know what is this, integer, and so much other than these. We just only know like 5 basics data types, and it's just 5 from 19 different offloaded version. Okay, I see there. In other cases, offloaded version of method define a different numbers of parameters. We got only 3 different parameters here. As an example, the alternative parameters can be used to provide more control over the side result. For example, the random next method has offloaded version that enable you to set various level of constraint on the randomly generated number. Overload version that enable you to set various level of constraint. Okay, various level of constraint. Okay, the following exercise calls the random next method to generate random integer values with different level of constraint. As you can see here, let's see. Ensure that you have an empty program.cs file open in the Visual Studio Code. Okay, all right. If necessary, okay, I have an empty file here. Let's just remove all this one and the unnecessary one without deleting the curly braces here. Okay, finish it, open Visual Studio, and then complete the following step, or just make a new one and then complete the following steps to prepare a program CS file in the editor. Okay, on the file menu. Okay, on the file menu, select open folder. Use the open folder dialog to navigate to, and then open the C# projects folder. In the Visual Studio Code Explorer panel, select program CS again. On the Visual Studio Code selection menu, select all, and then press the delete key. I don't think I want to delete it all again. Just use the current program.cs. Okay, let's copy this, and then as you can see, wait, tab first, format this document. There you go. Here, random dice, new random. This is the creation of object. New variable 1. This one is variable 2. This one is the third variable. So we got 3 display here of the right line. Okay, console right line. So roll 1 should be a what is this? Roll 1 should be, there's no minimum value and maximum value in this version, this overloaded version. The second version, it only has one parameter. So as we can see, what if we just put a max value? If you put one parameter, it will be considered as max value. Okay, I see there. And the third one, the third overloaded version, this one is the minimum value and ends up with the maximum value. So we got the 3, what is this? 3 overloaded version. Okay, let's just see the result in the display console. on .NET. Okay. As you can see, the first rule, since there is no minimum and maximum value, it's end up like this. Yeah, too many of them, too many numbers. Okay, we can see on the second row, basically maybe 0 to 100, I think so. And the third row should be the minimum is 50 and the maximum is 101, but the actual maximum value is 100 because we will read this one as less than 101, not less than and equivalent to, but only less than 101. That's how you read the maximum value of the next method inside of the random class. That's it. Okay, the third step is on the Visual Studio Code file menu, click save. Okay, I did it already. Wait, what did I press? What? Okay, let's me open again the part 2 module here. Okay, we got back to normal. Okay. Okay, I did this. Take a minute to examine the code. Wait. Open the terminal to test, right click test project and then select yes, we did it before. And okay, to run it, type .NET and then press enter. Notice that your result is similar in the following output. Again, let's press again the run button, the run command should be like this. Yes, just different generated numbers depending on the version, the parameters, the arguments here. The numbers generated are random, so your result will be different. However, this assembly demonstrates the range of result that you might see. Okay, let's examine the code here. The first version of the next method here, where is it? The first version of the next method doesn't set an upper and lower boundary, doesn't set a minimum value and max value, so the method will return values ranging from 0 to what? 2 billions. Wow, 2 billions, like there are so much of them. I think this is the maximum value that integer can store. Yeah, so yeah, I see integer can store about this range. All right, the second version, which you can see here, role2 variable, this is the second version. Method specifies the maximum value as an upper boundary. Only upper boundary is set. We can, okay. So in this case, you can expect a random value between 0 and 100. Yeah, the actual maximum value is 100. Yeah, like as I said before. The third version of the next method specifies both the minimum and maximum values. So in this case, you can expect a random value between 50 and 100 here. So there are three overloaded version of it, of the next method. Okay, you have already examined several topics in this unit. Here's a quick list of what you have covered. You have examined how to use a method return value when the method provides a return value. Okay, you have examined how a method can use parameters that are defined as specific data types. Right. You have examined the overloaded version of some method that include different parameters or parameter types. So you see there. Now we will be using the use Intelligence. Intelligence. How do you read that actually? Intelligence. Intelligence. So yeah, Intelligence. Visual Studio Code includes Intelligence. Here is the extension IntelliCode. I think this is have connection with Intelligence. I don't know. That are powered by a language service. For example, the C# language service provides intelligent code completion based on language semantics and an analysis of your source code. In this section, you will use Intelligence to help you implement the random.next method. Alright. Use Intelligence to help you implement the random next method. Since Intelligence is exposed with the other code editor, you can learn a lot about method without leaving the coding environment. Okay, as you do in the code editor, at the same time you will learn with the Intelligence, I think. Okay, Intelligence provides hints and reference information in a pop-out window under the cursor location as you enter the code. When you are typing code, the Intelligence pop-up window will change its content depending on the context, like this. Just hover your mouse like this and you got some information that related to this method. Okay, like you want to type another data. I want to type for example this one. Here you can see integer roll 4 because 1 2 3, after 1 2 3 it should be 4, and then it has the same dice next here. That's pretty useful for developer. That's how the Intelligence work, I think. Okay, and okay, let's just check this out. For example, as you enter the world dice slowly, Intelligence will show all C# code. Okay, what if I put dice? Yeah, I see there. Dice Intelligence will show all the C# keyword identifiers or rather variables name in the code like this. This one is considered as what is this? Dice. Yeah, something. It's on the list basically because I already instantiate the object here, so that it's available in the list. What if I don't put the object of dice here? What will happen? Okay, let's see. What if I write the dice slowly? Dice will not appear in the list that Intelligence offered to us. Okay, I see there. Again, dice. We see dice again because we have specified the dice as an object. Okay, something like that. Okay, at the bottom of your code file, to experiment with Intelligence, slowly enter the letters. Wait, I think I missed this one. And classes in the .NET class library that match the letter being entered. Autocomplete features of the code editor can be used to finish typing the word that is top matched in the Intelligence pop-up. try it out. Okay, just try it out yourself and you'll be fine, you'll be usual. Ensure that you have your program.cs file open in Visual Studio Code. Alright, your app should contain the following code. Yes, sir. Console right line. Exactly the same. At the bottom of your code file, to experiments with intelligence, slowly enter the letter dice. You mean like this, dice? Okay. Notice the intelligence pop-up windows that appears when you begin typing. When intelligence pops up, a list of suggestions should appear by the time you have entered DIC. The identifier dice should be at the top of the list because I already specified the dice as an object before, as a random class here. Here, local variable. Local variable. Okay, I see there. Press the tab key on the keyboard. Notice that the entire word dice is completed in the editor. You can use the up and down arrow keys to change the selection before pressing the tab key. So like this, you can press up and down arrow keys like this, and then once you set or done with your choice, just press tab, and then there you go, you got the word that has auto-completed. It's something like autocomplete suggestion that Intelligence offer to us. Yeah, it helped us a lot, and Intelligence is very come in handy, so you don't want to mess around with just formatting and actually just focus on your problem solving skill rather than just formatting. Okay, next is we got a note here. If the intelligence window disappear, it can be selected by using the backspace key on the keyboard, then re-enter the last symbol to reopen intelligence. Ooh. Intelligence window disappear. Like this one, it disappear. Just use the backspace again and type again what do you want, like dice, and it will reappear again of this list. Alright, to specify the member access operator, enter a dot character like this, dot, and it will appear a new list of method of the object that has a random class. Just depends on the object, I mean the class. Yeah, if the dice has a connection with random class, the method should have a connection with random class. Like this, you will see these methods have connection with random class. It's inside of the random class. All of these methods, yeah, from sample, next single, next integer 64, and others. Right. Notice that the intelligence pop-up appears when you enter dot and shows an unfiltered list of all the methods and other members of the class that are available. So enter n. Okay, let we enter n like this. See here, it's a filter, only n is allowed. The list will be, and the word next will be the top selection. You see, this is the recommended one, or next double. That means these two are the most or commonly used by any developer, I think, because why there is a star icon here if it's not recommended, and this one is not recommended, I think, or maybe just if you want something that uncommon, so basically just this one next and next double is the recommended one. Okay, let me add another 30 minutes. Hopefully I can end this learning, this progress with me before 30 minutes, hopefully. Okay, to auto complete the entire word, press the tab key. Okay, tab key. There you go. To specify the method invocation operator, so we come into the method invocation operator there with the open and close parentheses. Notice that the closing parenthesis is automatically added for you. Yes, it's automatically. The method invocation operator is the set of parentheses located to the right of the method name. This portion of the calling statement is where you specify the argument. Okay. So this is the place for our arguments, okay, that will be passed to the method. The method invocation operator is required when calling the method. If not, this will not work. If you put the method invocation operator, that means this, what is this? The method will work perfectly fine. Or if there are some arguments that needed for the method to be activated, you need to put some arguments and then the method will be work. Okay, next tab. Next tab, notice that the Intelligence pop-up now displays detailed information about the random next method. Okay, like this. Next. Okay, we got some useful information here, but I cannot see what arguments is possible for this method. Plus 2 overloads. How can we see the overloads there? So 2 overloads. Okay, how can I see the overloads, please? Integer value. Okay, notice that. Take a minute to examine the intelligence pop-up for the random next method. Another note here, if the intelligence pop-up closed before you had a chance to examine it, delete the invocation operator. I got no information details about this. Let's enter the parentheses again for this one. Okay, let's see. Here, as you can see in the random next. Oh, I see there. So there are like 2 overload version, I think. There you go. Okay, notice that the pop-up windows includes 3 sections, 1 on the left and 2 on the right. Where is it? 1 on the left? Where? What do you mean 1 on the left? I don't see any. Do you mean something like this? Yeah, maybe it's shorter like this. On the right side, you should see integer random next. Yeah, with 2 arguments here in the top section. Okay, let me see again. In the top section, we got 2 arguments. In the middle section here, we got the middle section that has only 1 argument and no argument at all. Okay, a return a non-negative random integer. I see. In the bottom section, the integer defines the return type for the method. In other words, when this version of the method is executed, it will return a value of type integer. On the left side of the Intelligence pop-up, it displays 1 1/3. The 1/3 indicates that you are looking at the first of 3 method signature for the next method. I think this is 1, 1, 2, 3. The middle one here. 3 method signature. Notice that first of 3 method signature. So those are method signature. Yeah. This version of the method signature enables the method to work with no parameters, no argument passed on the method in the calling statement. I see the point here. Notice that there's also a tiny arrow above and below the 1 of 3, 1/3. First of 3, okay, second of 3. To examine the second of related version, I see, of the method, press the down arrow key on the keyboard. Okay, let's press again. There. Press it. I cannot just. I have to press and then press it again in order to press down the key, or else it will be something like this. No. I see a bit complicated to navigate it. Notice that you can use the up and down arrow key to navigate between the various options. When you do, you will see the 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3 appear on the left side on the Intelligence pop-up, and helpful explanation on the right. Take a minute to examine each of the overloaded version. For the random next method, okay, I did. I understand all. The second overloaded version of the method 2 of 3 informs you that the next method can accept a parent integer max value. The description tells you that max value is the exclusive upper bound for a number that you want the next method to generate. Exclusive indicates that the return number will be less than max value. So when you specify dice.next 1 and 7 as the max value, the max dice roll will be 6, not 7, because it reads less than 7, not less than and equal to 7, but only less than 7. Notice that the message at the bottom of the section has been updated to return a non-negative random integer that is less than the specified maximum, like this one, as you can see here. 1, 7 here. here, as you can see, returns assign integer greater than or equal min value, greater than or equal, yeah, for min value, and less than max value, only less than, no equal or equivalent to max value. That's how you read. The third version of the method, the 3 of 3, informs you that the next method can accept integer min value and integer max value as parameter. The new parameter min value is a lower bound for the number that you want the next method to generate. Since the lower bound is inclusive rather than exclusive, lower bound the number that you want to be next method to generate, since the lower bound is inclusive. What do you mean by inclusive in this context rather than exclusive? The return value can be equal to a minimum value. The message at the bottom now states return a random integer that is within a specified range. Yeah, as you can see here, return another integer that is within a specified range. What if the middle overloaded version 1 return a non-negative random integer that is less than the specified? All right, understandable. In this case, Intelligence provides all the information that you need to select the appropriate overload, including a detailed explanation of max value and min value. However, you may encounter a situation where you need to consult the method documentation. So sometimes you want to interfere, you want to read some documentation for more details about what next method can do, or something that you don't know, like something details here, the examples, maybe you miss something here, and bunch of code here that may be helpful for you. Remarks, notes to inheritors, okay, even the next integer 32. Okay, it's all about next, yeah. So here we got 1, 2, 3 a method. What is it? Method signature, yeah, or version, I think, yeah. And in here, or shuffle, we got like first shuffle and the second shuffle version. For the sample, we got yeah, basically something like that. Pretty useful if you want to learn more in the documentation. Any developers should reference the documentation as their guidelines. Okay. Overload. Use learnmicrosoft.com for information about overloaded methods. The second way to learn about overloaded version of the method is to consult the documentation for the method. The documentation will also help you to understand exactly what each parameter is intended. Okay, to begin, open your preferred web browser and search engine. Perform a search for a C# random next. Like this, random next I detailed already. Your search should include the class name and method name. The class name should be random and the method name should be next. Don't forget a dot between the class and what is it? The method, or I can say this is a member access operator. You might also want to include the term C# to make sure not to accidentally get result for other programming language. Okay, select the top result, search result with the URL that begins with https:// //learn.microsoft.com. One of the top search results will lead to the URL that begins with this. In this case, the link's title should appear as random.next method. Here, system random.next. Yes. Like this. You want to search something here like this, and then we see the title here, random.next method, exactly the same like the step. Here's the link in case you have a problem finding it using search engine. Just open link in a new tab. Okay, it goes to the link immediately. All right, open the link C#. Okay, quickly scan through the documentation. Scroll down through the page content to see the various code samples. Notice that you can run the samples in the browser windows. Yeah, some code samples here. Like these examples, another example, a big example, and remark. What is remark? Okay, and some notes. See also applies to. Okay, for more another detailed information, you should check Learn Microsoft documentation in there. Okay. To learn, follow a standard format for each class and method in the .NET class library 6. Near the top of the web page, locate the section label overloads. Okay, let's see if there is something like overloads here. Only 3, yeah, 3 overloads. Integer 1, integer 2, okay, without integer, without arguments, okay. Only have 1 arguments and 2 arguments, so the total of overloads of this version are 3. So next method has 3 overloaded version. That's simple. Okay, that's simple to understand. To navigate on page to a description of the second version, select next and then integer 32 here. Okay, let's just navigate here, just for example, and it will navigate automatically to this section next integer, which is just has 1 argument. And this is the same thing like here. The second one, yeah. In code editor, you will see here this information is exactly the same if you see in the documentation, in the actual documentation there. All right. Documentation for each version of this method includes, wait, each version is included. Okay, to know it on page overall, select for each version of the method includes brief description of the method functionality, like this one. The description here returns a non-negative. This one is description, and then method definition, parameters that the methods accepts. So this one is the only parameter that next method will accept. Okay, return values, exception that can be raised, example of the method in use, like this, two examples of them, other remarks about the method. Here you can see here, remarks. Okay, that's it. Take a minute to review the parameter section. You can see the parameter section. Where is it? The parameter section. Using the in the parameter section, you can read that the max value parameter is the exclusive upper bound of the random number to be generated. Let's just do like this. Okay, where's the actual what is it? Oh, integer 32. Oh, I see. There's parameter here. What about the without parameter one? No, so there is no parameter section here. All right, here we got the parameter for the description. You can read the max value parameter exclusively upper bound of the random number, yeah, to be generated. An exclusive upper bound means that if you want numbers no larger than 10, you must pass in the 11. You can also read the next line. Max value must be greater than or equal to 0. What happens if you ignore this statement? You can see in the exception section that the method will return an output. All right. It will return augmented out of range exception when max value is less than. Okay, let's just test it. I don't know what will happen if I put -2, which is less than 0. Let's go to terminal and then .NET run. There you go. Here, system augment out of range exception. You will immediately see the error here. Unhandled. Well, let me unhandled exception system. This system is our system of the Windows here. Argument out of range exception. This argument will be pop up, will appear in the terminal display if you put the argument here less than 0. Okay, max value -2 must be non-negative because this integer is negative. It will write this as an error. Okay, parameter max value, right? Actual value was -2. Okay, so value string param name system random next. So as you can see here, that's how you read an error. Let's go back to here. Sometimes there are phrase that I don't understand, like this: exclusive upper bound of the random generated number to be generated. Max value must be greater than or equal to 0. All right. As you can see here, exclusive upper bound means if your number no larger than 10, you must pass in the value then or right. Another note, again, the content at learn Microsoft.com is the source of truth For the .NET class library, it's important to take the time to read the documentation to understand how a given method will work. Take the time to read the documentation. Yeah, it's just like your holy book of C# that has a .NET class library that has so many of them, like a bunch of book in the public library or your school library or university library, yeah, where you can read a lot of them, but you just pick one of them, pick some of them that may be useful for your projects. And always important things to take time to read books, to read the documentation. Yeah, slow and steady win the race. That's how you can be success. How it can be success. Yeah, to understand how a given method will work, just relax, simple, slow and steady. Read it, understand it, try to apply it immediately in your code editor. There you go. And that's how programming process work, I think. Okay, until now we come recap. Okay, methods might accept no parameter or multiple parameters depending on how they were designed and implemented. When passing in multiple parameters, separate them with a comma symbol. Methods might return a value when they complete their task, or they might return nothing or just void. Overloader methods support several implementation of the methods, each with a unique method signature. Okay, this is very interesting to read again and again and again. So I will not just read one times today, but in the future, maybe in my spare time, I will read this section again, this module again, because it's powerful knowledge that you can teach to other. You can apply it. You can memorize it, so that you will just like be an automatic programmer, that you don't have to worry about your basic again. This one is basic knowledge. Each with a unique method. The numbers of parameter and the data type of its parameter. Okay, so even the different data types, maybe string, is other version. It's considered as other version of overload. So I see, I got the point there. Intelligence can help write code more quickly. It provides a quick reference to methods, their return values. So let's see, reference their overloaded version and the types of their parameter. It's just like a walking documentation, I can say that. LearnMicrosoft.com is the source truth when you want to learn how methods in the .NET class library work. If you are stuck understanding inside of the code, which is understanding the intelligence itself, if you get stuck, read the intelligence like this. Oh, what is this? I want to learn more about it. I still have no clue about this. You want to open the real documentation, which is the source of truth. It's just basically like your holy book. Maybe if you're Christian, you want Bible. If you're a Muslim, you want Al-Quran and others. But if you're a programmer, this is your holy book. Basically, you want always see, you always get back to see, to read, to understand, to apply. Every time you have a trouble, every time you maybe forgot something, forget the method, or want to discover a new method, because there's plenty, there's tons of them, hundreds, thousands, wow, so many, and ready to be used. That's how it works. Right, check your knowledge time. What is a return value? Return value, yeah, it's a value type returned by a method. The time, okay, an argument is a method called not an argument. It's a value type returned by a method. I see there. After the method completed their tasks and they got the value, they want to return it to here. Yeah, it's returned by a method. Okay, the second one is, what are method parameters? Method parameters are basically just like maybe overloaded version, or the synonym is arguments, variables that are used inside a method. No, values returned by a method. Variables that are not variables, actually it's values written. Method parameter. So this one is method parameter here, as you can see here, method parameter. Variables that are passed into a method by parameters is not variables, but it's always a value no matter what. So this must be the correct answer. Okay, let's begin. What is a return value? It's a value type returned by a method. Yes, I think values returned by a method. Value type returned by a method. No, I think this one is a return value. No, not this one. So this here is the correct answer. Variable that are passed into a method by calling statement. What is an overloaded method? A method with more. No, this is just a statement. A method that returns. It is a method that supports several implementations of the method is with unique method signature. Yes, complete the description about the overloaded method. How does Intelligence help developer? Intelligence can help developer write code more quickly. Yes, and help developer refactor their code. Can just write code. Yes, I think this one, or maybe help developer refactor. What is refactor actually? Refactor can help. Yes, it can help code more quickly. It is not restructure, but it's more like help developer write code quickly, because yeah, if you see here, if you just see tab, if you see there tab, it will immediately paste, it will immediately write by itself because of intelligence. So that means it helps developer write code more quickly, the correct answer here. But let's back into the second one. What are method parameters? Here, method parameters. Method has parameters. Variables that are passed. Oh, actually, the parameter is variables, not value. Sorry. The arguments is values. The argument is values, but the parameter is about is the variables. The parameters are variables. That's it. Pass it into a method by the calling statement. Okay, check your answer here. Wait, why am I wrong here? It will be like this, bro. Like dice. Like if I make some custom method. If I want to say hello, say hi method, I want to make it like this with variable parameter 1 and then parameter 2 is variable. I still have no clue about this. Incorrect. The value passed to the method in the collision are referred to as arguments. See, a bit tricky here. Yes, because variables, I mean parameters and arguments is interchangeably almost the same, but quite different. The difference is arguments is for calling statement, but parameters inside the method. Okay, method parameters are variable. The method definition specify the names and types. When a caller invokes the method, the calling statement provides concrete values, call argument for each parameter. Okay, so let's see again. This one variable that are so the variable must be inside that are used inside a method. Okay, understandable. What is overloaded method? This one and this one. Check your answer. Okay, correct. Inside of the method definition specify the names and types of any they are required when a caller invokes the method. The calling statement provides concrete values called arguments for each variable. So the parameter will become arguments. Okay, will become arguments once you call it, or the arguments is only available in the statement in what is it? In the call statement, in the calling statement. Okay, I see there. I got the point. So let's go next. What is it? Exercise completes a challenge activity to discover and implement a method call. So let's do again. Must be 15 minutes. Hopefully I can finish it now. Code challenge will reinforce what you have learned and help you gain some confidence before continuing on. So we will discover and implement some method call. Okay, I see there, math class method challenge. It's about math right now. In the challenge, you will use either Intelligence or learn Microsoft.com to find and call a method that return the larger of two numbers. Whether first value of the second value, the output should be the largest number between these variable. So that's your challenge. That's my challenge. Code challenge. Okay, implement a method of math class. Okay, let me just clear this first. There. All right. Implement a method of the math class. We will be gonna be using the math class methods. Read and use some methods. Let's see. Okay, here, no, not this one, but math. Where is math? Here is math class. We will gonna be use some of the methods here inside of the class math. Return. So my task is return the larger of two numbers between 500 and 600. The challenge requirement: ensure that you have an empty program.cs file on open in Visual Studio Code. Okay, here is considered as empty, or just let's do empty, real empty code here. Enter the following code as the starting point for your challenge. Okay, let's copy. So we got first value and then the second value here. Ooh, is there any problem here? Larger value haven't assigned to any value. Okay, use of an unassigned local variable here. All right. Note, your final solution of the challenge must use this code and must use the console write line larger value. Okay, you cannot change this code. Okay, you cannot change this code. Find a method of the system math class that return the larger of two numbers. We will be finding which one that can return the value of the biggest number between variables here. All right. You can use either Visual Studio Code, Intelligence, or learn Microsoft.com to find the method and determine how to call it properly. Use the method that you found to assign a value that variable name larger value. All right. You should be able to pass the two integer values. So first values and the second value here to the method that you found. The method should return a value of type integer that represent the larger of the two arguments that you pass. You can assign the return value to larger on a new code line or on the existing code line that is used to declare larger value. Okay, I can just put the new code here, or just make another one to put the new value. Okay, verify that your application writes the following output. So 600 must be the output. Whether you get stuck and need to pick at the solution or you finish successfully, continue to view a solution to this challenge. Let's check some automated here. Right, let's see math. Okay, there are so many of them, like CBRT, sin, min, cos, min. This one I think should be I see. Should I make object? All right, I have to make the object first, I think. So yeah, math, let's say big like this, big, and then big as an object, yeah, big as an object, and then continue on new math, and then something like this. There you go. And then we just created a new math here. Okay, let's see some examples here. Where's the math here? Public static class math. Oh, it's considered as static type. All right. Math bow. Okay, let's just do immediately like this. I think this is considered as stateless. Like so, that means I can immediately go to class and then max immediately without having to create a new object. There you go. And then we can simply put where there are 13 of arguments, 13 of overload versions. Where is max here, max, so many of them. All right, let's just use the things that you have to do is put the first argument, which is the first value, okay, and then put the second value as the second argument. There you go. And that's it. I think it will be work. .NET run should be work, and 600. Yes, I did it. But the only things that I a bit confused is how to specify if math should use, you should create an object with this class or you should not create an object with the class. That's it. Is there any object related here? No, I think, or instance. Or oh, I see. Let's take a look with let's compare it with the random class here. So math method, wait, not max method, but only math here. This is object. This random is require you to make to create the object first, to create instance of the class first, but math doesn't require you to create an object. How can you see, can you check whether it needs object creation or no? There should be some information there, like object, let me, not that one, or maybe instance. How about this one? What about state, stateless or state? Public class, public static class. Oh, maybe because of static. If there's static here, that means you don't need to create an object, or just simply check the example here. As you can see, you can just immediately put math as a class, then member access operator, then immediately go to the method that you want to do some operation for your method. There you go. But for random class, here you will not see static here, static word here. And in the example here, where is the random? Should have a random here. Here, variable random, new random. Okay, something like that. All right. Wait, where is my max? Max, understandable. Here, the max does max. That's how it works. Okay, let's just continue. We already done this. Okay, and review the solution to this Q4 and implement a method call challenge activity. So here, the following code is one possible solution for the challenge from the previous unit, which is the first line of code is first value. Okay, exactly the same. And the second one, the third must be different. Okay, larger value. Oh, I see. I just continue using the existing code in the same line here, but that doesn't matter. Math max first value, second value, yes. Okay, easily understandable. The math max method supports 13 overloaded version to accept different data types. The overloaded version of the mathmax method that you call will accept integer as both input parameter and return the larger of the two values as an integer. When you run the code, you should see the following. Okay, if you succeed, congratulations. Continue to the knowledge check in the next unit. Some important thing here. If you had trouble completing, okay, review the previous unit. Okay, just need to understand this a little bit. Call will accept integer as both input parameter. Okay, understand. Okay, knowledge check. What is an object? A memory address or an instance of a class? Yeah. This is the following statement is true. The .NET class library always defines overall methods for every methods. The .NET class library contains definition for data types used in C#. In so many classes that it actually increased development time. Increase. I think not always, yeah. It should be decreased, bro. So many class actually decrease. You want a shorter, you want the quick development time, so this must be the answer. The .NET class library contains definition for data types. Which one of the following statements is true? Yes, this contains definition for data types like this one. You will see some data types like string here, string is considered as string with its definition here. So this statement is true. Always defines overloaded. I think not always. So this must be the correct answer. Which of the following symbols represent the method invocation operator required to execute a method? This one, of course, the parenthesis. Check your answer. Yes. Okay, congratulations. Okay, summary. We are on the final part. Your goal was to call methods defined in the .NET class library to perform tasks like generating a random number or performing a mathematical operation. Yeah, we did some pretty important knowledge that I haven't done it before. I haven't know it before, like how the .NET class library works. So many of them. You can see its definition by its details, detail by detail, and not just class and methods, but the overloaded version, the example remarks, and other things. Using the C# syntax, you call different kinds of methods in the .NET class library. Methods that return values, method that accepted multiple input parameters, yeah, like different overloaded version, and method that maintained state. You use Visual Studio Code, Intelligence, and learn Microsoft.com to research methods and to improve your understanding of what a method does, yeah, and how it works. Imagine how much effort it will take to develop software if you didn't have a vast library of classes and methods, all of which you did have to build personally. The .NET class library is a boon to millions of developers. Tens of thousands of businesses rely on applications that are built on top of the methods implemented in the .NET class library. So all in one. Class library is very spectacular. Have so many books, so many methods classes on it. We can use so we can just efficiency for our project will decrease our development time, and it will come in handy at the end of the time. All right, in learning how to harness the .NET Class library, you have taken a large step towards understanding how software development build real-world application. Harnessed. Not unnecessary. Alright, just complete the module. Then we go. Yeah, very long hours of videos. This is the basically real time. I will not edit it for some purpose, so that I can see how I learn myself. Maybe you guys want to see how other people learning. Maybe I'm a bit slow. Maybe I need to be faster for learning, but I like a slow and steady learning concept, because how much you can retain more knowledge in your memory for later on. If you just go so fast, maybe you can retain your memory at that time, but you will often to forget it. Maybe 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days more, you will usually forget the knowledge that you have learned today. So yeah, that's basically my progress with me video for today, which is day 9. We're talking about the call methods, very long hours just to discuss this, to learn about this. So hopefully you guys can always learn and always progress day by day, and join the 100 days of code challenge in free code camp. Okay, thank you for today. See you. Bye bye.